All right, hello everyone. Happy Saturday. I'm Quina, and I'll be playing Chrono Trigger 100% glitchless. What 100% means in this game is we complete all the quests given to us by the person at the end of time, just before you can beat the game. Doesn't necessarily mean like learning all texts or getting all items. Just means completing the main story and all the side quests and then the final boss. You can play this game doing this category using like glitches, like where you can use like a save anywhere glitch. So where you can basically use that to avoid certain boss triggers, pun intended, and skip certain boss fights. I will not be doing that. There's also, I think, an equip anything glitch where you can get like, or maybe it's something with stats that just makes you take a lot of damage. I forget, or a lot less damage, something like that. Not sure how it works, but I won't be doing any of those glitches. You can also use RNG manip, which is allowed, and it allows you to manipulate certain fights by saving and reloading the game like before certain fights and then performing certain actions on certain frames. I will not be doing that either because I would be very terrible at RNG manipulation. So I'm just gonna take what the game throws at me. Also, much like other SNES games, it's faster to name characters with a single letter if the game gives you the option. So, for the most part, I'll be naming characters by the last letter since it's faster to clear out the names from the beginning. However, the game also doesn't allow you to have the same name for multiple characters, and a few characters share the same last letter. So in this case, I'm naming the main character Chrono capital C because there's another character with a letter that ends with the letter O. But anyways, I'll get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So you start the game in the year 1000, the turn of the previous millennium. And so basically they're having a fair, and you start the game by just going to the fair. I'm gonna get a few configs first. Alright, so first thing, don't forget to take the allowance because I do need some money. And beginning of the game, so I haven't fought any battles and earned any money. So we go to the fair and we run into some girl who dropped her pendant. This is an RPG, so when you see a treasure like the pendant, you pick it up. And she asks for it back, and we decide to give it to her as well as take her along with us. because Chrono is a nice guy. So what the game wants you to do is kind of just do some things at the fair before you can actually progress to where Luca's invention is. Fortunately, just talking to the salesperson here allows you to progress. It works out because we also need some items. We're gonna let Marl get some candy to avoid some extra dialogue in a cutscene later. Anyways, Luca wants us to try the invention. However, I'm just gonna walk away and just talk to Marl, let her try the invention instead. Now remember that pendant I gave back to Marl? Well, apparently you should never bring a pendant like that into this kind of invention. Basically, this is supposed to be a telepod where you teleport a human from one place to another, but Marl's pendant reacts to it, and it's going to send her into some type of gate. As a reminder, it was Marl who asked to follow Chrono, so this really isn't Chrono's fault. But ultimately, Chrono has to fix this problem because it's an RPG. We're just gonna grab the pendant and go after Marl, even though we've never met this girl before about 5 minutes ago. So we're about to head into our first fight here. I'm gonna try and take out all these enemies before any of them get a turn, but it's really hard. You have to have very fast inputs, but if you attack them in a very specific order based on their positions, you could win without them getting an attack. You always attack from closest one, then the second closest, then the furthest. Ah, didn't get it. Pretty hard. Another neat thing is, in my config menu, I set battle cursory memory on, and that allows me to hold X as an auto attack button. Try the skip here. Must have been like a pixel off. What you just saw me do there was a little exploit where enemy ATB, or not the enemy, enemy ATB obviously doesn't charge when you're in a menu, when you're playing on wait mode, but also your run meter does charge. So, By going into a menu, you allow your run meter to charge while pausing the enemy ATV. And then when you exit the menu, your run meter has already filled and you're able to run away before any enemies can get an attack. Anyways, we find a girl who looks like Marl, but she appears to be the queen. That can't be right. As we're about to find out, the girl here is actually Marl, but apparently everyone here thinks he's a queen that has gone missing. Thank you for the good luck. So anyways, remember how Marl just disappeared into a gate? Well, now she's just gonna disappear completely. Anyways, we don't know what actually happened, but get down these stairs and our friend Luca has followed us all the way here. And she reveals that we've actually gone back in time. That gate that Chrono and Marl passed through, it was a time gate. Sent them 400 years into the past. And apparently Marl, the girl that Chrono met, is actually a descendant of the queen of this castle. She's actually the princess of the same castle in their time period. So in this time period, Queen was captured, and the army was planning to rescue her, but when they found Marl, they thought she was the queen and canceled their search. But the real queen hasn't been rescued yet and could be killed, and if she gets killed, well, that destroys her entire bloodline, which means Marl from our time won't exist. So we have to save the queen in order to save Marl's existence. So we're gonna fight a few battles here to learn a few techs. We're gonna fight this one first because it's only 2 enemies, and winning this fight teaches Chrono a tech that he can use win this next fight against 3 enemies very fast. Cyclone. Because some techs, well, I didn't get it this time, but if you target that middle one before the top or the bottom moves out of position, you can hit all the enemies with a single cyclone, because some techs, if enemies are close to the target that you hit, they will also take damage. Also, you want to move in a very specific way through dungeons like that, because the game hides its encounter triggers on certain tiles, but you can avoid them by moving around. There are actually some very clever skips you can do. Okay, first of all, I want to do Fire Whirl. This is unfortunate. I'm gonna wait. Because if I do Firewall on the middle two, alright. Should be able to get these two at least. You ideally want to get done with 2 firewalls or 1 firewall and a flame. You can somehow target 3. Because they use like a slow spell, which doesn't do a lot of damage, but it just slows everything down. But what you saw there was a dual tech. If 2 characters learn certain techs and their ATB fills at the same time, they can use a dual tech in this game. So, since we had Flame Toss with Luca and Cyclone with Chrono, we were able to use Fire Whirl as dual tech. Now we're about to meet a talking frog who is going to join our party, but unfortunately won't be that useful most of the run. So we're gonna unlock this hidden door, playing this organ. Want to approach that enemy from a very specific position so that Luca can take both of them out with a flame toss. Also, you want to approach the next encounter from a certain spot so that 2 of those Nagets here, and then you can do a fire whirl on all of them. We're going to actually repeat this encounter because we want to learn a dual tech, Chrono and Frog, for the boss. We gotta be careful in this next room. You have to go all the way around there to lower those spikes. So that we can get to this next organ switch. Oh, I was supposed to fire whirl them. Oops. Not this cyclone. Not a big deal. I'm about to use Delta. the last encounter I have to fight. Alright, so now we're about to fight the first boss, Chakra. So, this boss likes to counterattack. However, if you attack the boss when they're too close to a character, or too close to the character that attacks them, they will not counterattack. So, I'm going to do 6 X strikes and try to do them when the boss is close to Frog. Luca will pretty much just be a support character. So I might need a Luca attack at the end if I don't get enough damage. Alright, this is pretty unlucky. The boss moved over Luca and did multiple attacks. So as you can see from the text, too close, can't counterattack. That's 4. Alright. Just one more X strike and maybe an attack from Luca if needed. Okay, I got enough damage. So now we've rescued the real queen. And this should restore her bloodline. Should prevent all from fading into unexistence. Also, looks like we forgot the real Chancellor, who was captured by that monster that impersonated the Chancellor. Now the real Chancellor says that they need to create a criminal justice system. Sure, that won't mean anything when we get back to the present. Frog is ashamed because he feels he shouldn't have allowed Queen to be captured in the first place. He's going to leave us. And now we're going to find Marl. All back to normal. And now Marl admits to being Princess Nadia of Guardia Kingdom in 1000 AD, and that she didn't tell Chrono because she didn't want Chrono to feel like he wasn't like worthy of hanging out with Marl. Marl basically wants to get out in the world, see the world beyond her castle. Why she went to the fair. Apparently, as we're about to find out, she didn't tell anyone at the castle because they think that she was abducted. So, you can't avoid this encounter on the way up here. So we just run from it, go into the menu, and let our run meter fill. Also, this is when Luca shows us the gate key, which she created just before he left the present, even though she didn't even know that her telepod would create a time gate. Didn't take her very long. Create an exit strategy. So anyways, we're gonna go back to the present. Luca apparently has another project she needs to work on, and it's Chrono's responsibility to escort Marl back to the castle, even though Marl was able to leave the castle by herself. Got all the way here to the fair. Really, she could go back by herself. But I'm sure Chrono escorting Marl back to the castle is a great idea. Nothing bad will happen. We've made it back to the castle, and oh look, it's the Chancellor from the present. And he accuses Chrono of kidnapping Marl. Even though, I mean, Chrono never stepped foot into this castle, so he obviously didn't abduct Marl from here. So the only way it could have happened is if Marl had left of her own volition. They have no proof that Chrono actually abducted her. But now we have a trial. So the game progresses the same way, no matter what the outcome of this trial is. Even if you're found not guilty, you get sent to jail. Although the game does give you a few extra items. You get found not guilty. But those items are not of any use, so it's actually faster to be found guilty because you get less dialogue. In this version, I think it's not faster in the PC version because the text moves a lot quicker. So, the way that the outcome is decided is it's based on choices you pick here. You want to pick the second choice twice to make yourself more likely to get guilty. And it's also based on like things that happened in the fair. Each juror has a flag. However, the second juror's flag is untouched in the speedrun route. It's related to the cat, I think, where if you help a girl get her cat back, it gives you a not guilty vote. And if you scare the cat, it gets you a guilty vote. But if you don't interact with the cat at all, next juror is just gonna select a random option, and I got not guilty. You can actually force a guilty verdict by doing certain things. Like there was that part where I let Lyle eat the candy. If you try to pull her away, that gets you another guilty vote. However, you also get extra dialogue in the trial. So it's actually still faster to just get the not guilty vote randomly than to force a guilty vote. So you get this extra dialogue box and another extra dialogue box when you get sent to the cell where the warden says, "Oh, I never heard anything about an execution," and the extra dialogue box here was, "Oh, 3 days of solitary confinement." So in this part you can actually just wait out like a certain amount of time, and then Chrono will actually get rescued by Luca, which makes getting through this next dungeon a little easier. However, you can just break out, and the enemies are easy enough, and many can be skipped to where it's just much faster, even in casual play, to go through this dungeon with Chrono alone. Also, one common mistake that RPGs make when arresting a protagonist is they let them keep their items. So yeah, this guard is very bad at their job. All it takes is a few times of me shaking the cage, and the guard opens it up, just so they can take out their frustration. Fortunately, it doesn't do much to me, and I can just take them out from behind with the sword that they forgot to take away. So I'm going to attempt to skip few encounters. First, there are these shields that if you walk right between them, you won't trigger the encounter, pun intended. This encounter can't be avoided, but they start far enough away from you that you can cyclone both before either gets an attack. Now I'm gonna try to skip these next few guards by ambushing them with stealth. Okay, I think that the game automatically does that, even if their back is turned. So, take them out and you get a tonic. Good tonic, actually. Good. So that's the jail dungeon. Just have this one encounter here. I want to cyclone when they're close to each other. And then we have our next boss, the dragon tank. It's actually a pretty dangerous boss. Basically, you've got to beat the head quickly, or the body heals it. I'm actually going to turn down the battle speed quite a bit for this. You'll still see me doing that a number of times throughout the run. Even though it's fastest to be on battle speed 1, certain boss fights you want to be on a lower battle speed, and if you talk to this person, you get a bunch of bit tonics for free. Oh, yeah. I was just talking about how I was going to switch the battle speed. So, we want 7 attacks on the head and a cyclone, which will attack, I believe, all the targets, or the head, maybe just the head and the body. I think it's all targets, and then that'll take out the head. Oh, whoops. Made a mistake there. You want to wait for the first heal. It was a little bit too fast. Fortunately, it was very early in the fight, and I had just saved, so not much of a time penalty. I set my battle speed before I saved, so it should still be on 4. There. Now I can attack. It's gonna heal again, but at that point I've done damage to it, so not all of its health is gonna be restored. Did I target the head there? No! My D-pad. Oh, well. I may have to reset again. Okay, I only need to do a cyclone. So maybe I can finish. Luca? No. I don't know what happened there. Must have held down the button too long. Maybe the game just didn't take my right input. You do have to perform the actions quickly because you have to skip that third heal. Alright. Thank you for the good luck. Oh, I got a crit. Okay, that's good. Now I only need... And that was a crit from Luca, right? Yeah, I got 2 crits. I only need 1 more Chrono attack and then a cyclone, I think. Nice. So, Fire Whirl, Cyclone, and then Fire Whirl. And that should be the fight. Oh, okay. You want to walk to the right side a bit there to avoid some dialogue, and I accidentally went back up the stairs attempting to do that. So now that we've escaped, Marl decides that she's not going to listen to the Chancellor. He's going to help us escape. And so here comes Marl's father, the king. Tells Marl that she encounters too many strangers going outside the castle. And Marl decides she's had enough of her father and she's going to leave the castle, possibly forever. But who knows? But two just had a bad falling out. In the meantime, the Chancellor and the guards are still going to try and capture us. Credit where it's due, the Chancellor tried to fix the tank with his lackeys instead of just delegating. We find a time gate here. We don't know where it's gonna go, but Marl just wants to get away from the castle, and we're trapped. So we're just gonna jump in. We have the gate key. Now for one of my favorite facial expressions of the Super Nintendo era. Look at that Chancellor face. They disappeared. So we're sent into this really dark place. Gotta be careful because the game actually positions Chrono facing the gate, and if you mash too much, you end up going back in. Wow. Wasn't fast enough. What I was trying to do was use the dialogue from the rat. Okay, put it that at least. And if you have a dialogue box, you can. Yep. Okay, I did it the second time at least. Another. This part. Okay. Good. So we still don't know exactly where we are. We find a bunch of hungry people. Like a very desolate earth. They're asking us to bring food. We're just gonna go down here and we're gonna fight the next boss, the Guardian. So we want to take out the 2 bits before attacking the main boss, because otherwise they use a nasty counterattack. But we want to take out the 2 bits one out very quickly one very quickly after the other. Otherwise, boss will use another attack. We're gonna try and alternate damage here. Now I'm gonna switch the targets. Okay, sometimes you can get a flame toss on both. Okay, that's a moral crit. So, oh, now I can do it. Doesn't matter too much. And now we want to get as much attacks on the main boss as we can before the boss summons back the bits. This is actually a good time to get some critical hits. Okay, that's one crit. Okay, Chrono crit. Nice. Another crit from Marl. Another crit from Chrono. Okay. Got a double flame toss. All right. So now just a few more attacks on the boss and the fight is over. All right. So, to open a switch, we have to talk to this person. Tells us that the rat knows the password. You actually do have to talk to the rat to be able to input the password, even if you know what the password is after having played the game multiple times. But you have to talk to that person to make the rat start moving. Gotta chase the rat first. So we're gonna head to the back here. We're going to try to locate another time gate that will take us back to 1000 AD. Find another dome that has a time gate. Anyways, Marl, he hasn't been outside the castle very much, so she doesn't know that you should never just touch random buttons on a machine. He's like, oh, what does this button do? And then it displays this horrible recording, something that happened at the turn of the millennium after theirs, 1999 AD. This creature called Lavos completely destroyed the world, like turned it into a desolate wasteland. Why the world looks the way it does, so cold, no food. They realize now that they're in the future after Lavos destroyed the world. And Paul decides, you know what? We gotta stop this from happening. So we decide that we're gonna defeat Lavos, or figure out a way to stop Lavos' birth before it can destroy the world. And we're gonna go back to 1000 AD to learn more about Lavos now. Okay, I guess I was too close there. Never gotten this encounter before, but I'm pretty sure I can run away. Yeah. Before I leave, this old man is going to give me a bike key, which we can apparently use to get to the next dome. And I'm also going to heal in that little pod there. A little faster, I think, to just use tonics. But I've already, I think I've already used a few tonics. So I used that. Oh, okay. I accidentally did it again. Still hungry. That's why I went back in, because I was hoping I wouldn't be hungry anymore. So, if you try to come here before fighting the boss and watching the Lavos recording, you just can't progress past this room. But now that we have the bike key, Johnny here challenges us to a race. It's actually faster to not race him and go through the area, but you are required to race him the first time, so it's faster to win the race than to lose it and have to go through, because if you win the race, you skip it, and since you're forced to race him the first time, you want to win and just skip having to walk through. But we're going to have to walk through this again later, and next time we're going to choose not to race that reason. that's a pretty consistent way to win. Like just going behind Johnny. With every time like we're moving up. And then using the boost the first 2 times we do it. This encounter is forced. The next encounter I can skip, but I have to walk past where the encounter happens. You run the encounter to get the encounter. Alright, I shouldn't have to use a shelter, because only Luca took damage. Or Marl also took damage, but she's leaving the party for the next part. Because we're about to meet our next party member. This robot that has been inactive for a long time. Luca thinks she can fix it. He says that robots aren't capable of evil. Humans force them to be evil. One of my favorite music tracks right here. The Robo here thanks us for fixing him or her. They don't have a gender, I would assume. Although we find out they do have a girlfriend, so they're probably intended to be male. Rick Astley. So anyways, Robo tells us that the door to the gate is sealed and we need to power the generator to open it. Robo agrees to help us because we fixed them. Robo here is actually to be a pretty useful character. Robo will be in our final party, as a matter of fact. So again, I have to walk. I can still get the encounter on the way back. Till I get past that part. So I equipped Robo with the Berserker, which forces the character equipped to only use attack, but increases their damage, and I think it also increases their accuracy in this game. These orange slimes here have a lot of defense. Kind of like the metal slimes in Dragon Quest, but they don't have good evasion like the metal slimes, and not a lot of health. You'd have to fight another encounter with multiple slimes, red slimes, or orange slimes, and green slimes. You actually have to run from this encounter first before making that monitor turn on. You use to open the hatch here. Hug the top there to avoid encounters. Sometimes you can actually just move straight down, but sometimes it doesn't work. I guess it depends on where you enter from. so we turn on this monitor, and now we have to fight a random number of orange and a random number of green. Oh, this is unfortunate. All orange, so we're not going to get a lot of damage. Really, you want, I mean, all green, I guess, would be perfect. I think the only thing, greens take more damage. However, if you attack a green, or maybe it's if you attack an orange when a green is too close, one or the other, the green will use like an attack that won't do too much damage, but it's just pretty slow. And if multiple greens are close, then, or maybe it's if you attack a green when an orange is close by. Yeah. But if there are like too many like close by, then they will. Oh, I'm on Luca, not Chrono. Oh wow, I got 3 triple cyclones. Not very good damage, Robo. You just hold down A, B, X, and Y to open that door. So that turned on the generator in the dome. But now we've activated the emergency security system. Yeah, we did push the red button again. Chrono must have learned that from Marl. So, apparently Robo has committed treason by helping humans, because robots in this time period blame the humans for Lavos destroying the world. Robo tries to defend us, and what a sad scene here. Or Robo just gets beaten down. So now we're gonna fight these 6 robots. When you take out one row of robots, the other row starts using stronger attacks. So kind of like with the bits on the last boss, we want to take out one row right after the other row. And you can target 3 with one cyclone if you target the middle. I believe the attack is different that they use depending on which row you take out first, and the attack that the front row uses isn't as bad as the one in the back, which is why we're going to take out the back first. Wow, Luca just barely survived that. I think I can get these in quick enough. But it's very important that Chrono and Luca survive, because the experience and tech point route in this game is very tight. At least for this category. We want to be a certain level for certain fights. We want to have certain techs and dual techs for certain fights. Luca actually needs to learn her last tech before we go into the final dungeon. And that requires a lot of tech points, so she's going to be in the party for the majority of the game. Anytime we have like a spare spot in our party, even if Luca is just like an item user, he's going to get that spot for the tech points. The game also has like a glitch, which is allowed in this category because it's technically unavoidable. But when you learn a tech, the game gives you the same amount of tech points again for the going towards the next tech. So by carefully routing our tech points, we could make it so we essentially get double T on certain, or tech points on certain fights. If we like perfectly like match it to where we get like say 60 tech points from a fight, but we're 60 tech points away from learning our next tech, so we learn it and then we get the 60 tech points again to the next tech. So Robo decided to come along with us, and we took the gate, but something happened when all four of us entered the time gate. We ended up, the time gate kind of went out of control. We ended up here, which is apparently the end of time. And the stranger tells us that if 4 more people enter a time gate, they can't actually go to the destination. They get sent here, so only 3. Oh. What's the wrong button there? Anyways, that's kind of this game's attempt at explaining what? Oh, I thought I guess I had to talk to or examine the other bucket. Also, I think I have to heal. So this frog named Specchio is going to teach us how to use magic, but you have to walk around the room 4 times. Or 3 times. Robo can't learn magics, so we take the other characters here, and they all learn elemental magic. Interesting thing about techs in this game is that if you don't take certain characters to learn magic, they stop learning techs at a certain point. Until you take them to learn magic. And a certain character who we met earlier isn't going to learn magic, so they're just going to stop learning techs. But when you do learn magic, you automatically learn all techs before that spell. So even if you didn't finish learning certain techs, the game will automatically give them to you. This is a village here where apparently all of the civilians are mystics who hold a grudge against humans because of a war that happened in the Middle Ages. We have enough for 6. Fortunately, I got a few. Oh. That was my mistake. You go down the stairs there, and then go back up, you skip that dialogue. Oh, I forgot to equip something, I think. So, some encounter skips I can do here. This is the last encounter that I can't skip. So here's Hecarim. This is like a scripted fight. Kinda. Not really, because some of its targeting is random. Basically, after a few turns, the boss will go into a counter stance, which we don't want to do damage. We're going to use that opportunity to heal. I believe the way it works is that after the boss takes like a certain amount of damage, it starts doing stronger attacks. That's why the routed fight here kind of follows a script. However, its targeting is still random. So after this antipode, which is a dual tech that Marl and Luke will learn after learning their elemental magic, I'm gonna wait for a cyclone or having Chrono use an item. Brief counterattack break is one of the funniest combo in combat info lines. Oh, wow, I've not seen this before. Okay, that's bad. Oh, it wasn't. I couldn't tell that it was in its counterattack stance. I don't think I got the dialogue. All right, I don't know if I can recover this. Using a lot of revives now. I'm just gonna restart the fight. I don't think I could recover that. If I did, I would have lost too many revives. Kind of got unlucky there with all getting taken out for the last antipode. I'm guessing I think the boss does have like a sprite animation that goes when it's entering its counter stance, even if you don't get the dialogue. I feel like I didn't get enough all my attacks in that time. Okay, I got the third lightning in. Wow. Let's see if I can get an Oro row in as well, because Chrono's also lost health. I gotta be more careful on the third cycle, because now they are just using like Cyclone every turn. Alright, I did see the dialogue this time. I think this should be the kill. Fight should be over. Yeah. We want to wait until Luca's dad talks to Luca's mom. We see the dialogue. You go down and talk to the dad again, and you get an item. Aiden Vest. So we learned after that fight that someone named Magus supposedly created Lavos in the Middle Ages. He believed that if we defeat Magus, that will stop the destruction that Lavos causes in the year 1999. We're gonna go to the Middle Ages, but first we're actually gonna fight this robot 3 times in order to complete a quest at the end of the game. It requires 15 silver points. Or it requires 45 silver points to get 15 points every time we beat this robot. We could have done this at the very beginning of the game, but now we're strong enough that we can just take it out this robot with a single hit each time. We're heading past the robot anyway. Now it's just the best time to get these points for later. Also, that pink lunch that I ate, if you eat that at the very beginning of the game, it gets you a guilty vote because apparently that lunch belonged to somebody else. And they show up as a witness. Alright. That's 3. So now we're heading back to the Middle Ages with the gate we found at the beginning of the game. Although this time it's actually going to take us to the end of time first. Gonna attempt that bird skip again. Moved too far again. Don't forget to go to the bridge here and talk to the guard. Also, when I go back to the castle, nothing will happen. But basically, in order to be able to cross the bridge, I have to pick up this person's food delivery. You have to let that dialogue play out before you exit in order for them to actually give you the jerky. An interesting thing about the glitched version of this category, since you can skip the bridge entirely and skip having to give this jerky to the guard, you can use the jerky to complete another side quest, which you otherwise have to buy. So we're gonna cross this bridge here. We're gonna fight Magus's troops, because we also want to defeat Magus. Oh, I pressed A a little too much. Got an item I don't actually need. There's Ozzy. You can instantly win these fights just by attacking Ozzy 3 times. This makes all the other enemies go away. there are 2 fights like this, and then there's a boss. For the next boss, I'll be swapping out Marl for Robo. And we're gonna attempt to take out the bottom part, or the top part first. I forgot. Very important I use these tabs on the right characters. These tabs give permanent stat boosts to whoever gets them. And make a major difference for the fights. Because we're basically getting the minimum amount of experience possible to complete the game. We need as good stats as we can get without having to go out of our way too much. We use those tabs to do that. Yeah, we want to kill the top first. But Robo's on Berserk, so there's a chance he might do too much damage to the bottom. Robo attacks the bottom too much. I can't use Cyclone anymore, since that also damages the bottom. Ooh, pricks the top. All right, MP Buster takes MP. But it shows the best target is now Chrono and Luca, who both use magic. Or Tex. I think Slash is technically considered Thunder Magic. Or Thunder Elemental. But anyways, if too much damage is done to the bottom when the top is alive, it uses something called Doom Doom Doom, which does a lot of damage to your whole party. A few forced fights here. Second fight, I want to use fire to make the enemy lose its weapon, which allows it to take more damage. Very important I move up here, because the encounters on that screen cannot run away from them. Mountains are nice. This is the life. Mountains are nice. Man, you're nosy. Gotta wait for the rock here. That just scares the bird away. So the game actually wants you, I think, to go talk to Frog first, where you learn about the sword, the Masamune. But you can come here before even talking to Frog, or I think actually you need to talk to Tata first. I can't remember. Maybe you are supposed to come here, expected to come here first. But anyways, we want to get the sword, Masamune, and we have to pass a test by defeating these two, Masa and Mune. We want to put... Okay. Put the other one to sleep. Alright, so we want to use Fire Punch here. After you do a certain amount of damage to one of them, fight ends, and then it goes into the next phase where they perform fusion. Fusion! Ha! So we'll have Robo and Luca use Flame Punch Chrono, mid-tonic when necessary, and when the boss starts like absorbing energy, we have Chrono use Slash, which neutralizes a really bad attack. You can kind of tell who Masamune is targeting based on their position, but sometimes they'll target another character. Oh, okay. Got a crit at least. But yeah, it's storing energy now. I think I can still neutralize it though. All right. Oh, that was clutch. 3 HP. As you do more damage to Masamune, the amount of damage Masamune does increases. Alright, so we beat Masa and Mune. So we get the Masamune sword as a reward, but, well, first, it turns out that this is only half a sword. But what happened to the other half of the sword? Well, anyways, we're gonna go find Frog in a forest. But first, we actually have to talk to, Kata here, who admits that they pretended to be the hero when they found a medal that used to belong to Frog. We're gonna give Frog his metal back. So if you don't have the metal when you come here, Frog just blocks you from opening that little chest, which is where we find the other half of the Masamune. And it has the name Melchior inscribed on it. Melchior, person from 1000 AD, who we saw in Medina Village. We're gonna go back there and ask him if he knows anything about the sword. Let's find a few extra items. Safety, because it is a marathon. So we show Melchior the sword, and he says the only way it could be fixed is if we have this rare red rock called Dreamstone, which hasn't existed since prehistoric times. Fortunately, we're time travelers, and there just happens to be a time gate in the end of time that will take you to the prehistoric era. We're gonna go find that red rock so we can fix the Masamune, give it to Frog, and then go challenge Magus. Oh look, it's a bunch of Namekians. So we find this cave woman, and she takes out some of the Namekians. Although, to be honest, with this laser spin, I could have taken out the others myself. Apparently, this cave woman really likes the smell of Chrono. But anyways, tell this cave woman that we're looking for Dreamstone. Cave woman asks us to follow her to the hut where all her people live. Anyways, thank you for the good luck. I gotta wait for Robo to dance 4 times and then talk to Robo again. And then when I talk to Ayla, he will challenge Chrono to soup drinking contest. And if Chrono wins, we get the Dreamstone. If Chrono loses, well, it'll just make you play the game again. Anyways, we're gonna win here. And Ayla agrees to give us the Dreamstone. But, Chrono drinks so much soup there that he falls asleep. And while he was asleep, well... someone takes the gate key, which we used in order to enter the time gates. Without it, we're trapped here. And there's a weird kind of plot hole. Remember how the game said that the reason we had to have a party of 3 was because somebody had to stay at the end of time? Well, technically, Ayla joins the party here. But all 3 of our characters are technically stuck here because we don't have a gate key. But theoretically, couldn't we go in with 4 party members if everyone's in this time zone? Just a thought. Oh. I think you want to slash there. Next fight, I actually want to use a lightning with Chrono, because the way you defeat the dinos in this time period is by using lightning on them, which lowers their defense. Alright, running away from that fight gives us a save point. This fight is, one of the harder fights, I would say, but it's all execution. Basically, you have Chrono use lightning, and then we have Ayla and Robo on Berserk attacking, and then Chrono gets a few attacks for the first cycle. Then the boss will use a discharge. Okay, Ayla is wasting her crits. Normally you want to wait for the boss to attack before using lightning. Ayla wasting her crits when the boss has max defense. So we get the time gate back, and we have the Dreamstone. So now we're going to go back to Melchior and fix Masamune. So now we have this little cutscene where Melchior and Luca are going to work on fixing the Masamune. And if you try running against an NPC while they're standing still, it makes them do their job faster. Saves a little bit of time in this cutscene here. See how it's the Masamune just popped out there. Alright, my last try for a bird skip. Got it! It was a very slow bird skip. At least I was able to get it once. You have like a 2 pixel window for that. And the first few times I got there, I think a pixel too soon. You know you have it if you're able to move up with Chrono on the spot. But if Chrono just stands there, then you were too early, and I feel like I had to back up a bit after that, because otherwise I would have missed it. I just wanted to get it once. So after seeing flashbacks of Frog, formerly known as Glenn, losing his master Cyrus and getting turned into a frog by Magus, or Magus, however you like to pronounce it, finally made it to Magus's castle. I'll get it back on the way back. You can talk to the NPCs now, but when I come back in here, talking to these NPCs starts a fight. So Ozzy tells us that we have to fight 100 enemies to get to Magus. There actually are 100 enemies you can exactly 100 enemies you can encounter in this dungeon. So here's Flea, the magician. And so, he has an interesting AI where if you like attack exactly when his ATB gauge fills, and the boss is in a laugh animation, it will stun lock the boss into doing laugh. Basically, it will stun lock the boss into doing whatever attack it is queued. So if that attack is a laugh, it'll just continuously laugh. And so we're hoping that Frog will just continuously time his berserk attacks with that laugh. And it looks like I got it. But after Flea loses a certain amount of HP, we will start using other attacks. At that point, I have to be careful. We can also inflict status ailments. We're gonna let Robo take the fall here, because Robo doesn't need the tech points or the experience. Robo will be in the party for enough fights later. It's not necessary. So the next fight is Slash. There are two phases. First phase, Slash is unarmed and you just attack with everybody. In the second phase, Slash will grab his sword, at which point Chrono and Robo start using big tonics. And we let Frog do most of the damage. Yes, indeed! this is the wrong counter. Second counter I want to play it. Unlucky. I didn't get a good lineup, Luca. So Ozzy's put up some traps because that's actually all Ozzy's is good at. Ozzy is not very good at fighting. On these outside rooms, I can't run from encounters, so really want to avoid them entirely. Used my party members there to move that bird. If I could get by. This is the only encounter in this screen that you can run from. And I don't need the tech points. So we're gonna run from this fight. The other encounters are unrunnable, so I have to fight them. So these enemies, you use magic on them, like Hypno Wave. They turn on their magic defense, but they lower their physical defense. So since they start with physical defense, you want to use that magic attack first, and then you take them out with X Strike. In this fight, you don't actually want to attack Ozzy. You want to attack these, these chain levers or pulleys or whatever. Ozzy has laid out, thinking that one of them is actually gonna drop us into the floor, but Ozzy made a mistake. Ozzy is actually in the wrong spot. Oops. Alright, now for possibly the hardest fight in the whole run. Magus. The way the Magus fight works is Magus will use a certain magic attack, and when Magus uses a magic attack, he gets a barrier that can only be broken by that magical element. But first, you actually have to lower his. You want to lower his magic defense, which you can only do with Frog's weapon, the Masamune. So we're gonna try and time our magic attacks and Frog attacks. Ideally, we get fire or lightning, because we actually have those elements available, but if we get shadow or water, we're just gonna have to reset it with 2 Frog attacks or 1 attack from Luca. Also, don't want to forget to use that barrier there. What do we get? Fire, nice. That's the best outcome because we can use Fire Sword, a dual tech that Chrono and Luca have, which will work against the barrier. And... okay. It will work against the barrier and it will do a lot of damage. After Magus loses a certain amount of HP, any magical attack will work, or element, so we'll be able to just use Fire Sword. Tonic and revive Frog. I'm not gonna bother healing Frog. Just reviving. But anyways, when Magus goes into that phase, he will risk casting the spell, and then we'll use his strongest attack, Dark Matter, which does a lot of damage. Chrono doesn't have his barrier anymore. I'll have to restore him to over 300. Oh, that's unfortunate. Alright, how much does Luca have? I'm just gonna wait for this next attack, because Frog's not... I'm not gonna be able to tonic. Alright. Yeah, he becomes weak to that element. Oh wow, Luca just survived. But I have no barrier anymore. Fortunate. I can survive it without a barrier. I can survive Dark Matter without a barrier, but Chrono just needs a lot of HP. Oh, water. This is the worst outcome. Because we don't have a matching element since we don't teach Frog magic. And it's a multi-target attack. Okay, this is good. All right. Dark Matter coming up. Try to get one more Fire Sword in. Because this is going to take out Frog and Luca. Chrono has over 300, so he should survive. Uh-oh. Oh, I didn't get enough. Thought I was gonna get enough damage. I had a lot of fire swords early. That's unfortunate. You can play it safe there and just kill Chrono and do another cycle. Part of the problem was that I had to use 2 mid-tonics on Chrono because he lost his barrier, so I missed an attack there. That's part of... I missed a fire sword there. I probably shouldn't have done that. I'm not getting any fires. Finally a fire. Okay. I think Chrono just lost his barrier. But he's got over 300. Alright, so now we learned that Magus didn't actually create Lavos, he only summoned Lavos to his castle. And because we interrupted Magus during his ritual, Lavos has gone out of control and created a time gate that we all fall into. I actually healed Chrono again with 2 mid-tonics and still somehow got enough damage. Previous time I tried skipping healing him after the dark matter and didn't get enough. Not sure how that makes sense since I missed some damage. Anyways, it appears we're back in 1000 AD. This doesn't make sense. Why is Marl here? And why is she talking to Chrono like he's her husband? Well, it turns out that was just a dream. And we actually woke up back in prehistoric ages. We were found by Ayla lying unconscious on a mountain. But they didn't find Magus. We don't know what happened to him. We don't quite understand what to do now, since Magus didn't create Lavos, therefore we don't know exactly where Lavos came from. So, Ayla's tribe is still at war with the Reptites, those green creatures that we encountered earlier. And so, since we have no leads on Lavos, we're just going to help her out. And she did help us get her gate key back. Okay. You gotta be careful when going into a menu, because if the last menu we're in was item, and you like hold the run buttons, in that menu you'll scroll down and it will actually save your position in the item menu the next time you're there. Okay. Okay, I was supposed to skip those chests. Very hard skip here. Pixel perfect. Nice. Pause buffering for the win. Another precise skip there. So in this next dungeon, you can't run from any fights. So we want to avoid every encounter that we can, except for the encounters that we are either forced to take or that we are voluntarily taking for a grind, because we want Ayla to learn cat attack before the next boss. And I have to fight a number of encounters to do that. Can't run from that, I'm pretty sure. And I just saved, so faster to just reset. You want to just... It's pretty easy also, you just have to walk up the middle. You're forced to take these fights. Oh, I was wrong. You can run from the encounter. I think you can run from the encounters up until you get outside. You can't run from the inside. You can run from the inside encounters, but you can't run from the outside encounters. I think that's what it is. Yeah, that's true. Getting cat attack makes it so you get Falcon hit before Giga Gaia, which really trivializes that fight, provided that you are good with your inputs. But there's really no RNG that fight. We're gonna fight this encounter 7 times. A pretty easy encounter to win. You can defeat in 1 turn by cycloning the middle reptite. And then 1 Ayla attack after, and the fight is over, so we just force this encounter till Ayla learns cat attack. Alright, got cat attack. Oh. Alright, Nisbel 2. Learning cat attack got me the dual tech volt bite, which is just like lightning, reduces Nisbel's defense, but it does a lot more damage. Alright, I think I have enough HP on my party that I can just finish the fight. I don't think I need to heal again. Alright. I'm gonna reset if I don't get the skip because you get 2 forced fights. Miss it. Nice. That's why I made the safety save. First try. See that red star in the sky? That red star is actually Lavos. We use Hypno Wave to put Azala to sleep, because that makes Black Tyranno reduces his defense faster. When they reduce their defense, that's when you want to do damage. You can also get Black Tyranno to reduce defense by defeating Azala, but putting Azala to sleep works and is faster. And Azala never wakes up. Did a little ATB weight trick there to give Azala more, not Azala, Ayla more time to fill her ATB, so that she consistently fills her ATB gauge before Chrono. Therefore, I can make my inputs faster. But we use Cat Attack and Fire Sword as this countdown goes down, after which Black Chrono will raise their defense again. And they will start attacking us. During that time, we heal our party and we use 3 fire kicks or flame kicks until the defense goes down again. I think flame kick works during that phase because it's a magic attack and only physical defense goes up. Alright, so now their defense goes back to normal, and they use that flame attack on the whole party. So I'll do 3 of these flame kicks while we wait for the defense to go down again, because otherwise I can't finish it in one cycle. All right. Wasn't sure how much HP they'll add, but yeah, they can't survive another devouring tongue attack. Okay, that's 3 flame kicks. So I should be able to beat the boss in the next cycle. So we just learned that Lavos actually originated in the prehistoric ages. Lavos was originally a meteor that hit the planet and destroyed all the reptites, made them extinct, and they created a time gate that sent us to the ice ages. Or at least it's an ice age on the surface, but there's this civilization that apparently exists in the sky, and they exist in the sky because they have mastered magic, which we learned from Specchio. So we've reached the magic city of Vane. Oops, wrong game. The magic kingdom of Zeal. You can get a triple tech stone here, but it's not useful and out of the way. Is the triple tech stone permanently missable, or can you get it somewhere else later in the game? Because this whole area becomes unavailable later. So it is permanently missable. After Ocean Palace, it's unobtainable. So you might have noticed I didn't heal my party. Because we're about to go into a boss fight that you don't actually have to win, and there's not enough of a reward for winning that we should even try to win. So it's just faster to go in heavily damaged and lose, and you can actually force the boss to use an attack that will take out the whole party, because the boss will copy the element of whatever attack you use on them. And Chrono's slash attack, as I mentioned before, considered lightning elemental, so when I use slash... Okay, I don't know why I used the lightning. Maybe I selected the wrong attack, but it doesn't matter, because they should still use the same ability. Yep. Yeah, slash is just a little bit faster. Must have been put on the wrong command. One of the secret rooms opened by the 3 books. So we've been captured, and this woman Scala decides she wants to rescue us. Her little brother, named Janus, doesn't think she should bother. But Scala is actually trying to stop her mother, the Queen of Zeal, who is using Lavos to extract magic and benefit her own kingdom. But she also has evil intentions and wants to use Lavos to become immortal. This prophet apparently foretold our arrival and has decided to banish us from the kingdom, forcing Scala to seal the gate that we came through. However, before we left, we did power up our pendant, which allows you to open a lot of black chests that were previously impossible to open. It also allows you to go through doors like the one we saw Scala go through, and there just so happens to be one in, or multiple in the future era, but one particular we have to use in order to get back into that time period. And there's one other thing you can do with the pendant. In the Medina village, there's this blue pyramid, which if you use the pendant on it, you get a choice of to choose between one of two chests. One gives you a new weapon for Chrono, and the other, I think, an armor, but we want the weapon. So, before we go to the future, we're actually going to stop by Medina Village and get that weapon. Also, for some reason, that forced encounter I got every time I went through, it's not there anymore when you come back here. The safe helm is the other chest. Is that like an armor that makes you resistance to status effects? Safe helm can be charmed off a boss. The swallow is permanently missable. Interesting. I will be using charm a few times when we get to the side quest section of the run. Also, what's this new creature doing here? We saw one of those in Zeal. Safe helm actually gives the wearer permanent protect, which cuts physical damage by 1/3. Oh, protect is only 1/3 less damage? Other RPGs I've played, it's 1/2. Yeah, the swallow increases Chrono's speed, as well as his physical attack, which increases the damage of a tech I'll be using. Well, there's technically one more boss before the boss where I'll use this tech, but it's not much of a fight. Because your intended to do this boss earlier in the game. The game expects you to fight this boss like when you come to the future the first time. You just kind of explore and meet the person we're going to meet now, but you don't have to go there. So when you go through that area, fight that boss who doesn't even have boss music, you can one-shot them. Although, if the boss gets a turn, they can use this annoying ability that reduces character's HP to 1, in which case I'll have to heal them after, but it's not going to be a problem. Yeah, go around this, behind that enemy. So yeah, we walked through that area this time because we don't have to do the race anymore, and it's actually faster to walk through and take those 2 encounters that we can't avoid. But we can avoid the 3rd. In this dungeon, they place like a lot of like traps to fool the player into getting into encounters. Like there's cheese, there's a save point, but interacting with any of them will get you a fight. The save helm can be charmed off the shell of the lava spawn that gets summoned in the Black Omen. But by then it's completely irrelevant because prism helms are better. That's another choice you have to make. Choice between prism helms and a prism dress. 3 items or 1 item? Hard decision. I think the prism dress is like the best female armor in the game, though. I must have moved too far. Completionist task does this. Alright, so all I have to do is flame kick and the fight is over. But unfortunately... Okay, actually, I did get my attack off. I wasn't sure because I got that dialogue box. So we learned that Balthazar, the Guru of Reason, who actually came from the Kingdom of Zeal, where we previously just were, was sent here in a time gate. We don't know why, but apparently he's been working on an invention called the Wings of Time, which will give someone the ability to fly, or not fly yet, but warp to any time period, or any time period in this game. Technically, there are time periods that you never go to, But I suppose it does let us go to every time period we've previously visited up to this point, because there are no more time periods from here on out. No more new time periods. You actually have to talk to the new again in order to get the naming prompt for the epoch. Balthazar wanted to complete this machine, but started to go mad, so he transferred his consciousness into a new. I wonder how that new even got to future. Then again, I guess news can exist in any time period. You can actually encounter a new in that forest where we found Frog, but it's pretty rare. But they're most common in the Dark Ages. So a couple of force fights here. We just take out one beast at a time. We're so fast that they don't even get an attack off, even though it takes two turns to win. Also, they actually have to move close to you in order to do damage. All life begins and ends with new. This is the undeniable truth because I believe it to be so. After this fight, we have Mud Imp. Will be accompanied by two beasts. The game intends you to take out the beasts, which reduces the Mud Imp's defense. But that's incredibly slow and also dangerous at our current levels because the beasts do a lot of damage. So instead we're gonna try to put the beasts to sleep while we do magic damage to the Mud Imp. The Mud Imp will periodically wake up the beasts, stones, and the Mud Imp will also heal, which is actually preferred because we do far more damage than it can heal. Mud Imp will also try to put characters to sleep. But Ayla can restore sleep with Kiss, which also heals the target. What got me into running Chrono Trigger? You know, I mean, I really like Chrono Trigger. Also, I liked how this is an RPG where bosses have different strategies. Not like most RPG speedruns where you typically do like the same move or a couple of moves for the majority of the run. Boss fights in this game are so different that your party changes, your strategy changes. To use all the party members. Some of them not as much as others, but no one is completely unused in this run. Although, to be honest, Frog probably would be unused if you weren't forced to have him in your party 2 times. And also, you get to see a lot of content in this particular category because you do all the side quests. All right, the blue is still asleep, so that's good. After I do this fight, I actually have to fight a Rubble, which is the Chrono Trigger equivalent of Metal Slimes. They have max evasion. That's unfortunate. Normally you don't have to do this, but whatever. But anyways, they have max evasion. They run away after a certain number of turns, and you cannot use text on them. But I need to defeat 1 Rubble to get the tech points I need. If I'm unable to defeat this first one, I'll have to fight one of the others in this area. Because I'm pretty sure the reason we give Berserkers to Chrono and Ayla is, first of all, it lets them do more damage, and also I think it might increase their accuracy. I could be wrong. Nice crit. Alright, first Rubble. I don't have to fight anymore until later in the game. This next encounter I can just auto attack. And then I'll do a menu to take off the Berserkers. That's Falcon hit. Check we just learned in I'll be using that to defeat the next boss. $500 HP and a dream of high-tech point gains. So first we need to use 2 falcon hits on the hands. And then we do as much falcon hits as we can on the body until the hands come back. And then the hands come back with half health, so we only need 1 falcon hit. And then we should be able to defeat the boss on the second cycle. It will summon the hands one more time, but the body will have enough damage that I can just take it out with 1 falcon hit before the hands can do anything. And that uses the last of Chrono and Ayla's MP. So we rescued Melchior, who apparently also exists in this time period. And Scala has come to the surface because he wants to fight against her mother. He knows that her mother has evil intentions. But here comes Queen Zeal's subordinate Dalton, who is here to abduct Scala and force her to come to the Ocean Palace, because apparently she has the key to unlocking Lavos' power. Because of her pendant, apparently. Apparently, the pendant was given to Scala when she was a baby. Probably by her father, the missing king, who doesn't appear in this game. Likely was killed by the evil queen, but it's never said. But I don't see any other explanation as to why she has a pendant that Queen Zeal needs, and obviously Scala is refusing to use the pendant for Queen Zeal under her own will. But anyways, Melchior gave us a ruby knife that we can go to the Ocean Palace and stop the Queen, who is using a Mammon machine to extract energy from Lavos, which, if successful, could destroy the whole world, because the Mammon machine will likely go out of control if it takes too much energy from Lavos. On our way to Ocean Palace, we're actually going to start one of the side quests required for the 100% category, where one of the people in Zeal Palace wants to plant a seed. We have to tell her to plant it, not burn it, like Queen wants her to. You can actually still complete this quest if you don't talk to her in the Zeal Palace. You can find her later in another location. But since we're passing by and we want to heal at the tile anyway, it's faster to do it now. Secretly plan it. So apparently Dalton here is getting jealous of Queen Zeal giving most of her attention to that prophet, and he was assigned to guard the entrance to the Ocean Palace, which he takes as a demotion. The way you win this fight is basically, Dalton's script is that he will counter whoever attacks him with an ability that reduces their HP by half the max. So we just alternate between our party members when we attack. If you use Falcon Hit or any dual attack, they will target the character that you queued the attack with. Unfortunately, after 3 attacks from each party member, we only need 1 more Falcon Hit to finish. Also, you get to enjoy one of the best dungeon tracks in the game, especially since it doesn't get interrupted by encounters. Nice. Alright, I'm going to fight a few encounters here, like this one. Yeah, this isn't... See if I can try and... See if I can... Okay, now I can get him. Well, so apparently Masa and Mune also existed in this era, and they reveal that the red rock, which existed in the prehistoric times, was used to create the Masamune in this era. It also explains why Melchior had his name inscribed on the Masamune, because he was the one who created it in this time period using the red rock. I could have avoided that encounter, but I wanted to take the save point, just in case something happens. I'm gonna do this fight again so that Luca learns Fire 2. And then I'm gonna switch her out for Robo. The music really stretched how far the SNES sound processor could go. Yeah, so this game got ported to the Nintendo DS a little over a decade after the original Super Nintendo release, and I heard the music was not as good, or didn't sound as good, because the DS didn't have the same kind of NES sound chip that the music was originally written for. Oh, I did make it. I just made a mistake. Well, it's a good thing I saved. I forgot to switch my party. Fire 2. We need Robo on these elevator fights because he needs the tech points. It's weird since the DS's sound hardware is technically superior to the SNES. Okay. The two sound chips are completely different though, so that might be the reason. I'm just gonna take the encounter. You don't have to fight it. You can skip this encounter and the one in the other room. You like walk along that line and get by it. But you have to be like on a specific like pixel on the line when you approach. Okay. Nice. When you have a soundtrack programmed to take advantage of a specific system's sound, swapping the sound hardware can have negative results. So, what we're gonna do in this fight against two Golem twins is we're gonna use Lightning 2 with Chrono. Which makes it so they copy the lightning element. And then I'm going to use Boogie, which inflicts stop. And stop in this game actually reduces enemies' defense, makes them take more damage. It can fail though, so I have to just keep trying till I get it. Got double, nice. What am I doing? I'm going the wrong way. I do need to heal Robo here. Because Robo, after I defeat these bosses, they use an attack just before they disappear. Each of them. It's a multi-target attack. And Robo needs to survive because he needs the tech points. Did Sony design the sound chip? Well, Sony was partnering with Nintendo for, I think, a CD add-on to Super Nintendo. And then that fell through when Nintendo made a new partnership with Philips. So maybe? Sony was not involved. That makes sense because the SNES came out in 1990, 1991. I don't think the partnership with Sony was proposed until the mid-90s, like 92, 93. Now we get about 5 minutes of cutscenes or 5 minutes of dialogue. Technically, there is a fight with Lavos, but we will lose the fight before we even get a turn. You can actually win that fight if you have enough HP, but you're not expected unless you are on a New Game Plus file. If you beat Lavos here, you get the developer ending. But anyways, Lavos is going to destroy us. Now we learn that the prophet who tried to ban us from this time period was actually Magus. And the reason he was trying to summon Lavos to his castle, not so he could destroy the world, but so he could destroy Lavos. Apparently, Magus has a grudge against Lavos for reasons we don't know yet. But Queen Zeal realizes he's been deceived and challenges Magus to fight Lavos, but even Magus is not powerful enough. Anyways, for some reason, Chrono wakes up and decides that he can challenge Lavos on his own. I'm sure that'll go well. So, Chrono disappeared, and everyone else was found. So we don't know what happened to Queen Zeal or Magus, but Dalton is trying to take over Surface World after the Kingdom of Zeal was destroyed. And Dalton's actually not going to make the same mistake that the Chancellor of Guardia Kingdom made, where they imprisoned someone without disarming them. Dalton is actually smart enough to take away all our weapons and items. So what the game wants you to do is go on a stealth mission where you sneak around this airship, the Blackbird, and get all your stuff back. However, since Ayla doesn't actually equip any weapon, you can still fight without a weapon, whereas the other party members literally cannot even take an action. They don't have a weapon equipped. So, we just need to get her. As I was about to say, Ayla can still fight without weapon, so we're just going to use Luca and Robo in this fight to prevent these enemies from getting close to Ayla. And after this fight, I'm going to open this chest, which gets me all the items back that I had in my inventory. And fortunately, I happen to have a weapon for both Robo and Luca in the inventory, which will allow them to take actions again. We're not going to bother getting the other chests, which you can get back the equipment that each character had on. However, after you defeat the next boss, Dalton, they get their equipment back anyway. You can also get all our money back, which we don't get back automatically. However, I spent all my money at the shop before I got captured. That's not a problem either. You can just skip the rest of the stealth quest. No, no, no. Stop the music. There we go. Yes, to learn double text, not only do you have to have the correct text learned on each party member, but they have to win a battle together. So we used fire tackle, and now Dalton will use the opposite magic, which is ice. Heal. And then a few more text wins the fight. So anyways, we're learning the truth about Magus here. Apparently he was actually Gala's little brother Janus back in the Dark Ages. Also, we learned that all three of the gurus and Janus got sent to different time periods by Lavos. Melchior to 1000 AD, Balthazar to the future, Gaspar to the end of time, but have we met any other person at the end of time? And Janus got adopted by Ozzy in the Middle Ages. Anyways, it's time for the most important choice of the run. If I choose wrong, I have to reset, but I did save. You wish to fight me? No. So if you decide to fight Magus, your run ends essentially in this category. Because Magus is an extremely OP character. We really need him in our party to finish the run. But if you say no, he'll join your party. So anyways, this huge fortress has risen from the bottom of the sea. Exactly where the Ocean Palace used to be. But we're not going to go there right now, because we would get absolutely destroyed. We talk to that person to start a quest, because we are now getting into the side quest portion of the run. This is the part of the game where the side quests start to open up. But anyways, gotta talk to the stranger at the end of time here. Tell him that Chrono has disappeared. But Magus thinks that Gaspar, Guru of Time, knows how to restore him. And so this stranger is going to give us the time egg. And that's when we realize that, yeah, this person is actually Gaspar. The game actually wants you to revive Chrono now, but we're not going to do that because we're not really using Chrono much more in this run. In fact, I think after he's restored, he's used for a few fights in the final gauntlet, and that's it. In the meantime, we're going to start some other quests. We're going to stop by at Luca's house, talk to her dad, get a few new equipment items. We're gonna buy some jerky because we gave up the jerky we had to that guard. Head over to this grave here and find a hidden tab behind the grave. And now we're going to get these tools. And we're going to bring these tools back to the Middle Ages so that they can restore these old ruins. This is how you complete Frog's Quest. So the way this quest progresses is they fix the ruins, and then you have to fight some monsters, and then they will fix more ruins once you clear the monsters out of those areas. You only need to clear out a few areas to complete the quest. These enemies can use either Grudge or MP Buster when they are defeated. And if they use it on Magus, we have to heal. I think Magus actually, he can survive one more Grudge. But if he gets MP Buster at all, I have to restore his MP. And he needs to survive these fights. Tech points. Despite Magus and joining the party with a lot of techs, we still need to get him tech points. Because that's how we get our ultimate triple tech. Alright. Alright. That's all the battles I have to do here. Now we go back to this person, pay them more money, repair the ruins. By the way, because we were broke, we had to sell a few items to get some money. We could complete the rest of the run, but we sold just enough to get what we need. We don't have to buy any more equipment, because we're going to get plenty of great equipment while completing these side quests. Just going through the dungeons. So we find Grave of Cyrus, Frog's mentor here. Completing this quest actually makes the Masamune Frog's strongest weapon, which by this point is normally outclassed. But since you can't sell the Masamune, they decided to not make the item completely useless at the end of the game. They made it Frog's best weapon once you complete his quest. And this is why actually part of the reason we complete this quest first is because next we're gonna start another quest. And even though Frog does not have any magic, he now has a stronger weapon that will help us get through a couple of fights that we could fight later, but we want to fight now because, well, we don't want to complete the quests yet since we don't have the necessary triple tech. We can get some really good items, one of which is a weapon for Magus that does a lot of damage when party members are knocked out, and that works in our favor for a couple of boss fights. Conveniently, in the same room where we get that weapon, we put 3 of our party members at critical HP so that they get taken out in those boss fights immediately. So here's Ozzy. Managed to climb out of that pit they fell in. What this quest is, what you get from this quest is actually makes it so you can actually buy the equipment items in Medina Village at reasonable price, even though those items by this point are pretty useless. But it's still a required quest, the category. Fortunately, the first 2 fights in this quest are easy enough that we can do them right now. Oops. Well, that plan didn't work out. Yeah, in the Japanese version, Ozzy, Flea, and Slash were named after condiments. In the English release, they were named after musicians. Soy sauce, mayonnaise, and vinegar. Because Ozzy's in a pickle. So we want to switch to this party now. And we're going to intentionally get hit by this guillotine to put these 3 characters at 1 HP, specifically. And we're not going to heal them. Not right now. Okay. And we're just gonna leave here after getting that stuff. We're gonna come back, but not until we learn a really strong triple tech. Thank you for the good luck. Hope you are enjoying the run. So apparently the Chrono lair was buried inside this mountain after Lavos landed from space. So we're gonna hit this left switch and fall down. And in the next room, we're gonna hit the right switch and farm this battle twice. But we're gonna do a party swap. In between each fight. Because we want Robo to get tech points from the first fight and Marl from the second. Got the blue rock there, which is a very important item. Because there are a few triple techs in the game that not only require certain text to be learned, but require a specific item to be equipped on one of the characters. We're gonna fight two rebels here. These fights should be easier than the ones on Mount Woe, because Magus has very high speed, which gives him improved accuracy. Fight these battles so that Marl learns haste, which we're gonna use the next boss fight and one more later. In the unlikelihood that this rebel runs away, I have to reset and load my save from before I entered. Haste. So what's gonna happen here is we're gonna charm with Ayla and try to get a red mail. If I don't get it, I can pick up a backup item right after. We're gonna cast Haste with Marl on Magus. Got the red mail. And then the boss is going to instantly take out Ayla and Marl. Leave Magus as the only character alive, and Magus has the Doomsicle equipped, which does more damage if one or two party members are down. For each other party member that is knocked out, I believe it multiplies his damage by 2. Unfortunately, this boss is just gonna sit here while I whack them, so it's perfectly safe to do this strat with a berserked Magus. Basically, this boss has like a countdown where it will destroy you when it goes down to 0, but we're going to defeat the boss before that happens because Magus is fast, Magus has berserk, Magus has the Doomsicle with 2 other characters down. Crit. fight is over. We find the rainbow shell here. We decided to give it to Guardia Castle because the castle belongs to Marl's family. And they're the only one with enough soldiers to carry that rainbow shell. We're gonna go in here and open up one of those black chests that can only be opened with the powered up pendant. That gets us a speed tab. And then we're gonna give this woman some jerky for free, even though they offered 10,000 gold for it. Then we go to the future. And yes, this fight is the reason we wanted the red mail. We don't need Bela at crit HP anymore. I reformed my party so that Luca would be in this position so that I can target these 3 fireballs with 1 flame toss, because this fight has a gimmick where you have to guess which of these which of these fireballs actually does damage to the core. And whichever one doesn't counter is the target. So even though Flame Toss doesn't do any damage, heals so little, and actually it doesn't even heal anything to the boss, because we're not damaging the boss, we're damaging the fireballs. Oh, I made a mistake. Okay. Well, I just screwed up. I'm just gonna reset. Got a little distracted there. For some reason, I started attacking the core directly. You do not want to do that. Bad luck this time. Wow, I got lucky. I forgot to wait for roulette shuffle, but I did it again. Oops. Yeah, you attack the core, you get countered. Alright. Okay. You get that flare attack anyway. Which is why you don't want to get it as a counter. Ayla will absorb it, but the other characters will not. Alright, I don't think Ayla needs experience checkpoints there. I think I'm okay. Yeah. As long as Magus and Lucas survive, we're fine. We have to stop at 1000 AD because someone finds the Moonstone and decides to take it. That person happens to be the descendant of that woman who I gave the jerky to. Because I gave that woman the jerky for free, her descendants learned the value of sharing, and so person will give us back the Moonstone, which has started to charge up when we ask for it. But if you don't give that woman the jerky for free, he will deny that he has it. Future. Back to the future. So this completes the Sunstone. quest, which gives Luca the Wonder Shot, and we also get the sunshades. Both pretty neat items. But you may remember earlier in the run, I fought that robot 3 times because I needed 45 points to do this next part. In order to revive Chrono, we need a clone. And you can only get clone by completing this minigame. You only have to get a certain number correct. But you fail too much, you won't have enough money. Oh, I didn't need to get that one. But yeah, we have just enough money that... We can afford to get only 4 correct. And then we can fail and get the clone. Because the more you get correct, the lower the price is. Wow. I literally walked all the way. I should have taken the epoch. The way the Wonder Shot works is that it decides a random damage value based on your in-game time. So there's really no way you can manipulate what the damage roll is. Look at Marl yell. So, the king is on trial here. He's been accused of stealing the rainbow shell, which we left with Guardia Castle in 600 BC. And we're going to prove his innocence by finding that rainbow shell. One thing you're going to notice is that the encounters we have to fight are against the same enemies that we fought in the first dungeon of the game. And they literally have the same stats. We can one-shot them. There must be a reason for that, right? But once again, you have 2 party members at 1 HP, that they get taken out quickly. Marl will use haste on Magus before she is taken out, and then Magus will attack the next boss until it dies. We find the rainbow shell in the basement. It was guarded by enemies. And we're realizing that the king has been framed by none other than the Chancellor. Because we can't carry the whole rainbow shell. We take like a shard of it, piece of it, to prove that it's still here. I have a question. How exactly does Marl break in here? Does he know of some secret passageway in the castle? Just so happens to lead to this courtroom? Oh, there's that Chancellor face again. So now what we're about to learn is that, just like the Chancellor in the Middle Ages, this Chancellor is also a fake. Disguised as the Chancellor is the descendant of Yakra, who wants revenge on us. It also kind of explains why the Chancellor was framing Chrono for kidnapping Marl, because Chrono was one of the characters that defeated Yakra. Apparently, Yakra the 13th heard everything from the ancestors. Alright. So I'm glad that at least Marl didn't get taken out before she casted haste, but it would have been nice if she had gotten taken out immediately after. Instead, I'll have to wait for the AoE attack. Because you can't actually KO your own party members in this game. You cannot target your own party with attacks. Great. That's 2 down. Just like Rust Tyranno, there are several turns where this boss doesn't do anything, which is why this strategy works. It would not work for any fight other than those two, because we would get absolutely destroyed with one berserk character. So here is where Marl reconciles with her father, and her father agrees to let her leave the castle. Also, that little sparkly thing that looks like a tab, it's actually a key which you can use to open the chest that the real Chancellor was trapped in, but we're not going to do that. And I believe if you don't open that chest, the Chancellor doesn't appear in the ending, or maybe he does. Maybe he appears in the ending as long as you defeat Yakra, not necessarily if you free him from the chest. And here's Melchior, who's offering us some items that he can make from the rainbow shell. You have a choice between a prism dress. Oops. Prism dress or 3 prism helms. We want the prism helms because they give status immunity to everyone who has them. So, gotta select the second option here. Yep. But that's not all. You also get Prism Specs, which is another good item. And we get the Rainbow, which we're not going to use. Because it's a weapon for Chrono, and we're not really using Chrono anymore. Miss Chrono, well, good news, we're getting him back right now. So we do have to talk to Balthazar, or we can go up Death Peak, even though we have the clone and the time egg. Because the first part of Death Peak, the mountain where we'll just get blown down if we don't have a certain doll protect us. The doll is actually intended to be turned into a tree when you examine it. But standing behind the doll works. However, the doll must be there. That's how the game prevents you from going up Death Peak at near the beginning of the game. Because once you have the clone and the time egg, Balthazar sends off these dolls who help you get across or get up the mountain. Also, Balthazar is going to ask us to let the new rest. We don't have time for that. Alright, so just to catch you up on what happened, fought 3 lava spawns, which you cannot attack the shell. You need to attack the head. And I also countered 6 crackers 4 times. Get a lot of experience and tech points for what's going to be my main party at the end of the game. And I also switched to this party for the revive Chrono cutscene because you get the least amount of dialogue. You don't get a hug from Marl or Luca, and you don't get Magus reminiscing about his past. But anyways, we're about to start Robo's quest. Five required fights here. We just use Ice 2. And then I get to the hardest skip in the game. I'm gonna give it like, I don't know, maybe 10 tries. But if I fail too many times, I may have to just go the intended way, where I fight 1 or 2 extra fights to actually reverse the conveyor. But if you're very fast and very precise with your movement, you can actually skip the part of reversing the conveyor by opening the door while running in the opposite direction of the conveyor. You have to be like on the conveyor as little as possible. And you have to be like running the lowest amount of distance. You know what? I'm actually going to reset that. Because one of the enemies, like, defeated itself. I think. And I don't know if you actually get tech points. I'm just going to play it safe because it's a marathon. Okay, this is the easy part. Getting the doll. But now the hard part. Got it. All right. There's another little skipper exploit I can do. These are, by the way, are not considered glitches. Like, I didn't actually go out of bounds or abuse a glitch or anything. Do that skip. It's just a sequence break where it's actually possible to go up that conveyor, because normally you're supposed to go up that conveyor with it going in the other direction. But if you're really good with your movement, you can do it when it's going in the reverse direction. Now I'm trying to get this robot to move. Okay, there we go. I wanted to like get stuck on that one. All right. Now I drag this robot, make it follow me all the way until I get to this other robot. And they neutralize each other, which allows me to get the other doll. All right, so now we're going to meet Robo's girlfriend, who I might have mentioned earlier. Also, Robo's real name is actually Prometheus. And it turns out that Atropos has been brainwashed by the Mother Brain to fight against humans who are blamed for the destruction of the world by Lavos, because as we learned in the Dark Ages, humans exploited Lavos's power, and that may have resulted in Lavos coming out and destroying the world. So I just Uzi punch the boss until the fight is over, and then we get to the real boss, Mother Brain. Mother Brain has 3 monitors behind her that we take out with one of Magus's magic attacks. And we're actually going to get a pretty nice weapon from Mother Brain called the Crisis Arm, which has a special attribute of doing more damage if Robo's third HP digit is a 7, 8, or 9. But anyways, he broke Mother Brain's control over Atropos, but came at a cost. Atropos is beyond repair, unfortunately, even for Luca. That fight actually raises Robo's stats a bit. Alright, so Robo's third HP digit is an 8 right now. Which, if I can keep it there, would be very good for the boss after this one. Oh, I gotta put the dolls on. Here's Mother Brain. Next is Fiona's Forest side quest. We started this when we told that person in the Dark Ages to plant their seed. And that leads to a quicksand appearing in the desert. Really? Okay. Must have moved too far there. And I thought that I had already gotten the encounter, but apparently I could still get the other one. Anyways, we have to catch this boss before we can fight it. Comes out of the sand pit, quicksand, in one of 4 spots. Ooh, nice. So we use Ice 2 to lower the physical defense. And then a few Uzi punches with Robo on the lower part. I only need 2 because Robo's 3rd HP digit is an 8. Gotta be fast with these inputs. Alright, one attack on the core. You wait too long after taking out the core. Take out the top part. Raises its defense back again. And if the core is left all alone, it will run away, which gets us less tech points. All right. All right. Alright, so I should have Omega Flare now. I believe I fought all the required fights. I don't believe any of these party members missed tech points. This is how we destroy most of the remaining bosses. Oh wow, Ozzy finally got us to fall into the pit. Finally fell for it. But for some reason, I mean, we technically we're going up the stairs, right? So it makes sense that we just go right back into our previous room. Oh, what's this cat doing here? Oops. So now that we've taken out Retinite in the quicksand, we'll talk to Fiona. And we're gonna leave Robo with her. The 1000 AD. Because Robo's a robot. Robot can last 400 years, right? Robo's a bit rusty, but still functional. Just needs some repairs. This part doesn't really make too much sense. Like, how is it that all 7 of these characters are able to be in the same time period when only 3 can go through the time gate? But anyways, Luca wakes up, finds a time gate that will take her back to a point in her childhood. You may have noticed that Luca's mother was sitting when we saw her earlier. That's because she's unable to walk because of an accident. Fortunately, we know what the password is to stop this machine. And all you have to do is actually hold down the buttons. You don't actually have to press them in the correct order. The password is her name, Lara. Just holding down the buttons, which correspond to the letters in her name, will stop the machine. You get this item called the Green Dream, which is actually used in the glitched any percent category to perform a glitch that destroys bosses at the end of the run. And now it's time to enter the final dungeon. Black Omen. Oh look, it's Queen Zeal. Apparently, he was absorbed by Lavos. Is why she has essentially become immortal and exists in 1000 AD. Anyways, this is the first of 3 mutants we have to fight here. So I'm gonna swap in Ayla for a few fights to steal some items. We want to get a gold earring and a few speed tabs. Alright, so I need a charm, a gold earring. If I fail, I have to do the fight over. Alright, I got the gold earring. But I do have to heal Luca now. As you can probably tell, Flare is a pretty powerful magic spell. But it requires a lot of tech points to learn, which is why we've had Luca in the party so much. Because not only is it useful for these fights, but it's one of the required techs. Use Omega Flare. That's right, you just have to exit, open. Can't avoid this last eye. These eyes are just like the rebels. They steal your techs and have wow. Okay. They steal the techs and have max evasion, but give a lot of experience and tech points if you defeat them. So I can get between 1 and 3 encounters on this elevator and another elevator later. We do want a certain number of elevator encounters for experience. If I don't get enough encounters, there are a few extra fights I can defeat to make up the experience. Okay, 1. Whoops. So, okay, so this mutant takes 2 Omega Flares. I'm queuing them with Robo. You try and save the positions of the other 2 characters' magic menus, because I still have to cast Flare on certain battles, and possibly Ice too. Whereas Robo doesn't have to do anything else for a while. Oh wow, that's unfortunate. Let's redo that. I used a shelter, or... Robo had max health. Okay, that's 2 elevator fights. That's 3. But I shouldn't have to take any of the extra fights. Avoiding those bat skips an encounter. An encounter that you cannot run from. One more fight. And then we have Terra Mutant. Next, we have to fight a Lavo spawn. And we want to keep Robo at max health so we can get as much from Uzi Punch as possible because Robo still has the Crisis Arm. We're also relying on Luca attacks with the Wonder Shot, which are random, so... There's no way of knowing for sure how many attacks it will take to finish. slow roll. All right. I got 3 bosses here. I rearranged my party so Robo is the leader, because that will position Robo in the center for the last of these 3 fights. First we have Zeal, who opens with a move called Halation. Move lowers everyone's HP to 1, but the move after that, I believe, only reduces character's MP. It takes a while before she actually does anything else that damages HP, and I can get 2 Omega Flares in before that happens, which puts her at less than half of her HP. And her script is that when she's at less than half, she uses Halation again. And we're already at 1 HP, so it won't do anything. And then 1 more Omega Flare will finish. Next, we have the Mammon Machine. We want to defeat next boss quickly, or else they will use a powerful multi-target attack. But first, we also have to heal our party, because we're all at 1 HP. And then I need to do 4 Omega Flares. That should be 4. And now we have another fight with Zeal, but Zeal will transform into a large face with 2 hands. we need to get that face down to less than half HP very quickly, or else it will use a very dangerous attack on the party. But I also have to restore Luca's MP. And the way we're going to do it is by using Double Bomb, dual attack with Robo and Luca that causes Robo to do damage to enemies that are close by, which is why, or close to Robo, which is why I put Robo at the top of the party formation, so that Robo is in the center of the field for this fight, just where that big head is. Right, we'll ether Luca. We need one more Double Bomb to put Zeal on the threshold. So I should get Collation now. Or relatively soon. There. You will also use MP Buster on either Robo or Luca. Nice. All right. Now we head into the Lavos Gauntlet, where we have to fight Lavos in the form of several bosses that we've fought throughout the game. And each form has the exact same stats, in addition to the same mechanics as the bosses we've fought early in the game. So we can basically storm through a lot of these fights. I'm actually going to swap in Chrono and Ayla for the first few to save some MP on the other characters, since they can take the first few fights out with Falcon Hit. So this is Dragon Tank. Next will be Guardian. After that, Hecarim. Then Zombor. After Zombor, I'll switch back in Magus and Robo. Next is Nizbel, which means I have to use lightning before I can do damage. The only time Magus uses lightning too in the run. Am I supposed to... Someone short on MP? Oh yeah, I was supposed to use an MP restore on Luca. Uh-oh. That does not do very much. Oh, whoops. That's right. He got his defense up again. So here's the only part that's kind of random, because I don't know what magic element I'm going to get. I want Shadow because that's the same element as Omega Flare. Fire is also okay. Alright, we got Fire. If it was water or lightning, I would just attack again and get a different element. Alright, I mentioned during the Black Tyranno fight that you can, just like how Black Tyranno lowers its defense when Azal is put to sleep, it also lowers its defense when Azala is defeated. And I can take out the part that represents Azala. Very easily with Flare. We should get defense down very quickly. Yep. Beating Azala actually makes it lower its defense immediately instead of doing attacks. after Giga Guy, all we have is the main Lavos shell fight, which only takes 2 Omega Flares. Oh. I'm wondering if Luca is underleveled. Right, now we have the last 2 fights. The final battle. Now it's for some awesome boss battle music. So it will open with an attack that will take out Robo and do a lot of damage to the other 2. So I have to revive Robo and use a Mega Elixir. So I gotta take out the arms. You want to take him out quickly, because otherwise, Lavos uses an ability that removes our status protection. Yep, imperfect cell. So So I should get Shadow Slay here. Now Flame Battle. And then I Mega Elixir the party and do one more Mega Flare. Alright, and now we go into the final battle. So Lavos in the last fight has 3 parts, but the part on the right side of the screen is the part that we actually have to defeat. Part on the left and the middle part need to be defeated in order to make the right part lower its defense. And the left part absorbs magic, so I have to use physical attacks or physical attacks. And also, they will use an attack called Time Warp, and I'm hoping that it's not the prehistoric era. Because otherwise I have to play it safer and heal the party more. That was a low roll, Luca. Okay. Of course, it's prehistoric. How many Mega Elixirs do I got? I got 5. So it takes 6 Omega players to defeat the right bit and beat the game. 2 Omega players will take out this middle part, so that if the right bit reactivates its defense, it will quickly turn it off again. However, now that the left part is alive again, it will start counterattacking. I think I need 2 more. time should be after this next Omega Flare. Or when the right bit disappears. Time. All right, and that was Chrono Trigger 100% glitchless. I hope you enjoyed the run. Thank you all for being here. So anyways, hope you all enjoy the rest of the marathon. And thank you, RGL, for allowing me to run this game. And thank you all for enjoying my commentary. So anyways, I'm Quina. I stream and speedrun a lot of RPGs. I also do casual plays of RPGs and other retro games. So if any of that interests you, feel free to check me out on my channel. And enjoy the rest of Retrothon.